There we go, there we go, there we go. Hey, and welcome to another stream. Finally, on time, on schedule, and everything in between. We had a little bit of an interruption yesterday, and then we had the surprise stream on Sunday, which I wasn't supposed to do, but I'd completely forgotten that I was actually supposed to have a break in it, so, you know, that happened. But yeah, so we are here. I'm just wrapping up some work stuff, and I will be booting up the client for Stationeers, and we are going to be going off back into Mimas as usual, and we're going to have a look at some more automation, some more quality of life, maybe even some building outside of the furnace stuff, which we are continuing on, and then we'll see how long we get. How far we get, how long the stream will last, and how far we go about it. So let me just pull that up here. Stationeers. Close down all the other coding, Visual Studio, Unity, and all the other things. And let me get my dashboards up. And I kind of went from work to work and then eat and then immediately to stream. So things are a little bit chaotic here as usual. Hit our managed stream, and then we are gonna do our usual rant post while things are loading up. And then we just grab copy, post, and bam, we are up and running. And let's just hit that there, and then that should be up, that should be working, music should be rolling, and everything should sort of be online. Or just give me a little nudge of a moment here, and we'll be on our merry way. Pop that up there. Important self-promotion, pop that in there. Can even do that. And where else are we posting? Go. And that should be pretty good. Ooh. Doma posted another one for... Oh. Huh. Yeah. Valdoma posted some MIPS code in around. And then we just do stream status. Pop that in there, and then we do a Twitch. And bam, we are all good, all operational. Use the Discord from overlay while playing? No. Go away, shoo. Hey, Ruby. Hope you are having a splendid week. We are back at it. And things are hopefully gonna go smoothly. No lack of power, no lack of general resources, or whatever way, as we continue on with our little sorting endeavor down here. With a very sad, very hungry character. So we are gonna start off, since we were a little bit lacking during Sunday. We're gonna get some food, we're gonna get some water, and we are gonna just go absolutely freaking ham on continuing on with the sorting. And I'll have the camera on here shortly as well. How are we doing here? Hey, look at that. Oxygen is climbing quickly. Carbon dioxide, not so much. Hydrogen is kind of meh. We're getting there. Hopefully. Now that we got the in-game music off, let's turn this on. You know what? We're gonna make some music stuff in game. See what the deal is. Hunger, caution. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna need more. We're gonna need more flour. Let's just harvest some more plants here. I mean, I guess the benefit with some of the canned food is that you can 100% completely automate the canning. Unless it uses oil, in which case you're kind of pooched. But yeah. I'm pretty sure they have it silenced, like the sequence for the audio isn't tied to the duration of it being online. It's just it triggers one instance of it. There we go. So that is our flour, and then we're gonna harvest our soybeans as well because we are running a little bit low on the oil. There you go, refilled. Refilled and replanted, and everything here is all happy and all good. Obviously the potatoes are a little bit sad, so I'm ooh, I don't like the blinky. Blinky be bad. Blinky usually means that we're running out of power. Hey, Stoosh. How are you doing? I hope you are doing awesome as well. I'm doing a heck of a lot better than yesterday. And the day before that, so, you know, we're fighting the good fight. Yeah, power, not a problem. The dispensed power to the facility might be a little bit low. That might be our conundrum here. We just increase that to 3,000. I mean, I don't think we need that much power, but we did increase the amount of lights we have, but that's still, you know, still doesn't seem right. Anywho, sorting. We're gonna continue with the sorting. We're just gonna do a little switcheroo. Although we did, yeah, we did this, we did this recently. Okay, so let's do an inventory and see what we're missing down there. What we need to go through. And I think we can pop on the camera here as well for a bit. Let's have a look, see what we need. We've got our little transformer here. We need chutes. We need a lot of chutes. Which actually brings us into the whole, you know, how are you doing? Look at that, 700 iron. And we are, yeah. Yeah, we're I don't know where the iron is coming from, but we're manufacturing it. So this thing, as it's processing, it's gonna be ramping up. Also, look at that, like 4,700. Delicious. That's gonna be a little bit spicy. I honestly don't know what we want to do with this. Yeah, like that is seriously spicy. Like, it's not a lot of gas. So arguably we could just vent it. At least for the time being. I mean, you can see that it is running stable. It's it used a whole whopping of 50 moles worth of fuel, which is, you know, 2 pieces of ice. And it's processed almost 1,000 units. But that means we're under no explosion risk down here. And even if we were, it would just be a little fart in space kind of thing. It wouldn't really be detonating things. So we are gonna need chutes, which is gonna be delayed, which is gonna be accessed from that thing once we sort things out. God damn it. We can throw it here. We want to grab you and do an import, just so we have the code. And for this, we basically want to keep adding the other sorters. Now, I'm leaning towards... we're gonna need more silos. We're gonna need at least... what, 5 more silos? We have 2 silos for the minerals, and then we have 3 silos for the ices. That's the coal. Now we do iron, copper, gold, coal. So we do nickel. Cobalt. And then we have... then we got lead and uranium, which is the 2 extra ones. So we do have... there is space ice, right? So that's... I guess that's what's... like, I don't understand how it's supposed to process space ice with... inside a centrifuge that's going at 4,000 degrees. But maybe it just does a gamified thing. We could also have silos for biomass, charcoal, and the reagent mix. Hmm. But yeah, lead and uranium are the two remaining. What did I name the sorters? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're just gonna pick our little computer, head over here, and we're gonna do, oh, look at that, the nickel one, 3481000. What was the fourth one? Cobalt. So, nickel, 348100. And then we have cobalt, 348105. $348,105. Yeah. The silicon, 348,147. Right. And then we have our silver, 148. Now we can do fancy things here. So we can just do inside here, we just add a push as silver, push F silver, push as cobalt, push F cobalt, silicon. And that's all we need to do to each new filter we want to apply the settings to. Because the logic is handled inside here, it's applied once to the devices, and then bam, we're good. Nickel, push F nickel. And bam, that is our new logic filter sorters all hooked up. Once we execute the code on that device, all of the new logic that's applied here, we do export, bam, bam. There we go. That is all of the new sorters updated with this new data. Which is pretty cool. Now, as I said, we need a whole buttload of chutes to run it around. We're gonna go up and see if we can build those additional 5 silos and see what we need resource-wise to do that. So we're gonna need 5 silos, and I believe we've got sorters. We have sorters, no problem. Nema problema. We have a housing in case. That is stackers. We are only having 2 stackers. Do we have any stackers on me? Yes, I do. No, I don't. That was doors. That's not stackers. Can I have some up here? No. Okay, so we need a bunch of stackers. Some stackers. Some stackers. So I need a couple of stackers, and then sorters we're good. Cable, I think we're fine for the moment. Because we got 18 there, we got another 50 here. Yeah, look at that. Look at that freaking iron go. And I'm pretty sure this could easily handle up to all the iron that we have. We'll just let this run and see how much we can fill it. Because we still have that little adjustment we need to do to the program where it throttles up from 20 to 30 and it needs to throttle down to await the RPM to catch up. We do need to do slight adjustment to that thing on the initial boot up, but that is less of a problem for right now and more of a problem for later ice sports. So we need a couple of stackers and we need 5 silos, which is also gonna require a bunch of plastic and a bunch of steel plates or steel sheets. Because we are completely out of silos, right? Let's just tank, atmospherics. Get you guys in here. That looks like a freaking respirator device or something. It's helping the room breathe. It's kind of nice. As we've spent resources and used all of these random things that we've crafted, and after the whole rebuild, we're actually starting to be able to squeeze things into lockers again. It's quite nice. Hey, look at that, some iron. Now, it's still not great because we do want to get rid of all of these raw materials all over the place. But we are making progress. We're making some pretty awesome progress. And the second thing is, right, getting things quote unquote organized. Hey, look at that. We found some stackers. Awesome. So what do we need? We need gold, which we honestly we don't have a lot of. Some geld. We do have some here. We do have some here, and we do have some here. And we have another one over there. Okay. That be all the gold? That be all the gold. We got a freaking data disk just loitering around here. Can I? Nope, I could not. Put that back in it. That is the smallest bits and things that can easily be lost. So let's add a little bit of gas in the furnace. That's gonna heat that up. Is there anything in the furnace? No, there's nothing in the furnace. And that'll be enough of the gold for us to be able to build the silos. Using cows or evils, vending machines, sorters, set up or distributing ingots to the machines. Just glancely. Just love comment. Just a little bit. That wasn't hot enough. That was just not hot enough. That's slightly annoying. Now it's hot enough. But it's something similar that we will be doing. I mean, I think that's gold for a lot of automation when it comes to just Stationeers players in general. That's the dream. Just click a button of I want to smelt this, and that is what gets smelted, and it gets sent to the right place, and it gets sent to a vending machine. XYZ. Now, I had some thoughts into some further refined automation in terms of using vending machines and stackers, but not needing more than one stacker. So one of the things that has me a little bit confounded is the fact that when you have a stacker, right, you can only ever stack one type of an object at any given time. Now, what happens in the case of, say, a vending machine, right? And you have a machine that you want to grab a bunch of ingots of different types. So, say an autolathe grabs the ingots from the vending machine, and then it comes back in smaller pieces, and suddenly you have, 6 or 7 of these small bars in the vending machine of the same material, but they wouldn't be large enough to be called from the autolathe. Say you have the autolathe set up to, like, grab me 100 units of iron, and so on. But all the ingots that you have in the vending machine is all, 45 iron in each of them. Now, you could brute force it and do this super convoluted, power-hungry way of, well, can't you just, set up a stacker for each individual ingot type and just have it pass through that anytime it's exiting the machines, going back to it. Could powered chutes help anything? Not sort of. But I was thinking of having the vending machine automatically adjust itself for the stack sizes. Hey, Skirius. Hope you're doing alright. Welcome. We are continuing on with our sorting manufacturing. So my head is spinning in the idea of, what if we have... Can I just, just kind of do this here? Right, so we have the vending machine, right? And then we have the pipe, the chute goes to the machine. We can put the machine here. So that's an assembler, or, an autolathe or whatever. Now, the return material goes back into... it goes back into the vending machine. And then the vending machine gets refilled from the furnace, or, the smeltery, or whichever. But it gets refilled per automation when it's lacking. So say it runs out of iron ingots. Now, you could have a delay on it and say, is it lacking just now, or is it still lacking in 10 minutes? But either way, it's going to be lacking whenever it's inside the machine, and whichever, whatever. Now, on the return journey out from the machine, going back into the vending machine. Now you could have multiple ingots of the same type in here. I was having the interesting idea in my head of, what if we read the slots? And if you have more than one ingot that is containing less than a total of 500 grams, or equal to 500 grams, have them eject them and pass over into a stacker. And then the stacker just ticks on a timer of it took items in of this type, and then it waits for a while, and then it activates itself, ejects, so you don't have like a catch-22 where there's materials in the stacker, but it can't go anywhere, and it's not enough materials to fill the stack before it passes on into it. And I'm thinking if we can't do something shady with that, of having it automatically stack lacking materials, which could then be used the opposite direction of, what if the machine is automatically set up to, I want to craft specific quantities, and the vending machine ejects the type of materials, but it gets passed through a stacker first that only distributes the exact quantity of materials required for that machine, that recipe making. And that, my friends, is probably my end goal for kind of the filtering process here. We need more steel. Do we have more steel available? I don't think so. I think we might need to manufacture steel. Which is not an impossibility, because we do have some materials to make steel with here. And I think that could be a cool little way to mess around a little bit with automation, as well as the both the basic stuff and also some of the more advanced stuff. Papa's over 900. Papa's over 900. And almost. Are you gonna be stingy with me? He is gonna be stingy with me. Bam. Thank you for your contribution of 200 grams of steel to the manufacturing of our sorting machinery. That's 3 silos, and we need 2 more. Plus, we need some frames. And we are going to need to mine some more hydrogen. Also, what's the situation on the rocket? Because we do want to send that out again. Fully refueled, fully refueled. Now the question is, do we want to send that out into Titian, which I'm presuming is Titan. But then again, it might also be Titian, because I don't fucking know. It's a moon of some type. Or do we want to send it over to the B-rings and towards the vapor stuff? Because I do want to explore more in this direction. But at the same time, we also want to explore more in this direction. And this would allow us to grab some nitrous oxide ice. Because that is some spicy stuff. Let me know what you think. Do we explore left or do we explore right? Also, we're gonna change out the mining heads to that as well. Nitrous oxide for power? Essentially, yeah. But it's not just power, because we are using it for our centrifuges as well, so it's a little bit of everything. And I also want to build a new rocket, which will take liquid fuel instead, and that's going to be running on liquid nitrous oxide and liquid volatiles. But that's going to be it's a spicy rocket. You know what? Let's just switch that over. Hop back in here, get some food. Because if we can use liquid nitrous oxide and volatiles, even using the pumped and not the pressurized one, we can get a lot more efficiency out of our fuel usage. Which means we can do like longer range trips and whatever way. Let's get the camera back on. Frames. We need some more frames, and then we need some more steel sheets. Not a lot of astroloy. Yeah, we got some frames here. Don't need to make some sheets instead then. It's also a bit of an experiment, because I don't know what happens to space ice. Well, the room is keeping quite nicely. Sitting at 18, 19 degrees. And this is the benefit of the counterflow heat exchangers. You aren't using them, you should be using them. Because as soon as you stop adding pressure to the pipe, you are no longer cooling whatever liquid / whatnot, so you don't run a risk of explosions unless you do like I did with that middle section in there. How is the large? Ooh, look at that. 1160, so 1.1 thousand liters of pollutant is running through the system now, and that's pollutant we've captured from our exhaust of the furnace. It's pretty dang good. Yeah. Let's have a look at these steel sheets, see if they're done. Getting some cleanup done. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Hey, look at that, another stack. Okay, let's continue down the pit. We should really make an elevator here as well, so we don't have to jump down all the time. But you know, we'll get to that point. We will definitely get to that point eventually. Eventually. So, let's do our little silo additions here. And then we are going to grab our drill because we are going to be drilling a little bit here. Because otherwise we won't fit more silos. Nice and orderly. Nice and orderly. Because I don't know how long I want to extend it. I also don't want to overdig like crazy. But we should be fine here. We should be fine. Do 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 do. There we go. Okay, so let's flip this around. And let's get some more steel frames in the ground here. we are gonna unhook this tile because we do need to get that orange wire. Put that over there. Grab that. We're gonna continue with this guy. Otherwise, you know, no power. No power means very sad silos. There we go. That is that one hooked up over there. And we are gonna figure out how we want to deal with the silos. And I forgot to bring the plastic sheets, which is, you know, unfortunate. Tiny bit unfortunate. Silo. Well, this is a predicament. What the hell did I... There we go. You don't need the advanced silos? What do you mean advanced silos? It's only one silo here. Just the SPD silo. If they changed that, that was a long time ago. SPD, not the dive bomber, the silo. No, so you do have a difference between a hopper and an advanced hopper. But that's just, you know, the dump into system. But that is different from the silo because the silo is just the raw storage of it. Do 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 do. Not entirely sure what the practical use for the hopper really is. Like, I mean, okay, you know, like I get if you're just like chucking in ores in the general direction, right? But since they added the whole stackers and the unloaders, I use the hopper to press a button and it opens up and sends it to me. Yeah, but you can do that with that's what I'm saying. With the silos, you don't really need to do that because you open up the hatch and it sends it down the chute. But even then, it like the hopper's more the other direction, right? It's into the system rather than extract from the system. Like, I could get it if they had, if we get, like, a rover with a dumping ability. you could, you know, use it as a dump truck, if you will. Or a rock truck, as the Americans favor calling them. But you can just use, you know, any chute will eject whatever is passed its way. So there's nothing in particular unique about the hopper other than the fact that you pass things into it and it sends it into the system as a physical large-scale appliance. Because a chute inlet will do the same thing. There we go, that is connected there. I am gonna need more regular cable. Shouldn't have said anything. I don't know what my brain was thinking when it's like, yeah, you know, we're fine on cable, which, you know, this is the power is connected to some of the devices, but we're still missing half the connections to the sorters and everything, and then we need the data connection to the silos, which is on that second network. But at least the power connection is done, right? Yeah, so the power connection that's leading into everything below is sorted out, which means we can grab this. I didn't mean to move those out, but we can weld up the steel frames so we don't need to trip over ourselves. And that'll keep us a little bit more sane when we're moving around and building things here. Look at that. Weld, 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 bam. Now, if anyone has suggestions on the color scheme for the different areas of the base, I am all ears. Because I have not really considered... I mean, you've seen the color selections for the wires in the different areas, but I'm talking room color, right? Like the primary color selection for the rooms / sections themselves. So if you want like the whole greenhouse being, pink, or the atmospherics being white, or so on and so forth. Orange everywhere. I think we do want to have some sort of sectioning of colorization, but you could pick a neutral color that we are having everywhere else. We don't have enough steel to build last silo. A little bit unfortunate, but oh well. It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. We can do that. And we can do this. Because the stacker needs to be in this direction, and that goes here. There we go. There is our logic sorters handled out. Now, as I mentioned, I was also considering whether or not we want to run a power saving script on all the stackers, because the sorters I'm not too concerned about. The stackers, however, they eat a 50 watt each, and that's 500 watts in here, or almost 700 watts of power just constantly on for no reason. 2.6 kilos. Going strong. Going very, very strong. Halfway down the silo now. Since we have a bunch in the pipe here. That'll get us quite a substantial amount of iron that we can use later on. But yes, I was thinking having a little bit of a power saving script, which is essentially doing a, we shut this off, and then once the contents of a stacker hits the stack size that we want it to be at, it turns the stacker on. Or and including if the output filtered slot of the sorter has an item, it allows it to turn it on, and that'll automatically, do its thing. Yes, we could have a little bit of limbo in the device and in this slot, but that backfills quite nicely anyway over time and is less of an issue. That way we could do any time that there is a output inside the sorter, it just turns the stacker on for a while and then goes back into idle state. And that can probably save us a huge amount of power in here. Hey. Which shouldn't be too hard. Since we can use... How much lines do we have? What are we looking at? We're looking at like 60. So that is... If we have another 15 stackers in here, that's fine. Because we already have the sorters. We can just do, by the end of the initial filtration, it just continues down into a separate loop where we just push we push the sorter and we push the stacker in a similar fashion. Or we can even skip pushing it and we just do individual, because that's probably gonna be... It's gonna be messier code-wise, but it's gonna be cleaner in some way. Alright, so we could do... Because we have... because we can't read slot device, we can read... Our problem with slots is that we don't have an SLB, or we don't have an SLD. Yeah, I think I might want to have it in a separate code slot, because we're using the IDs here, because the IDs are what is required for us to do what we're doing here with the specific device push without having them linked to the pins. Maybe reagents and the settings of the stackers. Yeah, like what I'm thinking is, because a stacker will, like we have some stackers here, right? So a stacker that's offline, and I chuck in something in it, unless it turns on, it stays locked. Like there's no way to get this item, or there's no way to add more items into the stacker unless it's powered. And I know it's a null reference exception because it tries to be inside an object that doesn't exist anymore. But we need to empty our waste tank and get food. Which is why I'm thinking of just reading the sorter, and then if there is an item inside the output slot, or you know, the slot index 2 on a logic sorter. Let's do the waste tank first. Turn the stacker on, because that is cycling the contents of whatever is next in queue for it, and that should be super simple. It's just gonna be annoying to just input all the hash values for the different devices, because when you're dealing with the slots, it's easier to use hash values, because otherwise you need to set it each individual onto the pin, but you can't use IDs for slots, which is my pet peeve with the whole thing. This read slot device ID doesn't exist. Otherwise, it would be very easy to just add it to the code we already have, because we already have the things listed with the IDs. But for the stacker, we can just do the logic sorter. We can just read the export to, which is the export thing. So as long as there is something in export to, turn the stacker on. If there isn't anything in export to, turn it off. And bam. It should work. Now we have a housing down there. So that should be fine. I think we might just do that. We had some iron here. Might as well make the chutes that we can out of the iron we have while we're waiting for the iron to be refined down in the station. So, on the subject matter, did we have a decision? Did we want to go left or did we want to go left? Or words, English, what is this? Do we want to go left or do we want to go right? It's either towards Titania or whichever. Now we have nickel. We got nickel here and we got silver and lead. Neither of which is very interesting. We could go here to Titan thingy bob, and then we keep scanning and seeing what our other destinations are. Or we go left and we go towards the B rings and have a look and see what this guy is. Left or right? That is the question. How the hell does this thing work? Do this. Beam elements. Whiteness. Can I not do that? Does that not exist in the default thing? I could have sworn there is a poll command somewhere. Like, isn't poll a thing by default? It feels like it should be in here, but apparently it's not. That is slightly annoying. We'll know. You know. I just want a simple poll. What? Feels like it should be damn well default thing. Points, queue, redeem, roulette, slots. Oh. That's freaking... I don't know. I don't know. Anywho, anyone has any final decisions on left or right? Left or right? Otherwise, you know, we'll just do a coin toss. Actually, we do... Yeah, no. Hey, Trash Panda to the rescue. Okay, so we go left. Head out to B-Rings and see how much fuel we have remaining after we have burned all the way over there. We do know that we need a good chunk of fuel back. I don't remember how much oxidizer we had when we got back here, but, you know. Also, I almost did it again. I almost did it again. Red light means no-go. So a rocket is... We were gonna fix up the rocket heads. I think I brought some down with me. Did we make new rocket heads? Or the miners? I don't remember if we made new miners. But that is something we definitely should be making if we didn't do, because that was the durable mining drill. I see no evil, hear no evil. That's a mineral drill head. Did we not have a second mineral drill head? Yes, we did. I don't know why they're down here, but, you know, they're... Guess I'll take it. The reason for it is because... Right, the other one was fast, but it wasn't, you know... It wasn't crazy fast that I expected it to be. I don't remember where the damn drills were. Is it up here? They were there. Hey, look at that! It's the bottle lids. That's what it is. Like speed multiplier, like 20% for 8 times the power consumption. It was just not worth it. Not with the reagent multiplier being the same as the freaking regular mineral drills either. So, you know, I'm just gonna stick the regular mining drills on here. No point in not having them. That should allow us to drill up more of it. Hey, look at that, some chutes. Then we're gonna run up to the control tower. We're gonna take these drills and we are gonna recycle the drills. You go here. I'll take some, I'll take 10 steel and 5 invar per drill. Okay, so left we go. Hit the switch. All umbilicals are retracted, which is why it's lighting green. And now we can launch the rocket. And then we can do... I'm actually gonna... Let's start scribbling some stuff down here. So, rocket launch data 12655 all oxidizer. And our target is gonna be B-rings. And that's not necessarily our destination, but it is our target. So we are gonna hit that, and we are gonna do... Because the rocket scanner is good. The cargo storage is empty. It's off. The tracker is off. Okay, so. Set destination. And then we go here. And then we turn this on. And off goes the rocket. Off you go. Ooh, also, kind of pretty that we're always timing the rocket launches with the night times. We get that nice, beautiful little blue rays. That's heading over to the B-rings, and we'll keep a track on it. So that's 400 seconds. That doesn't leave us a lot of fuel. You know what? We're gonna save here. We're gonna do 232. Because we might need to increase our fuel on the rocket to do further expeditions. But it feels like these seconds are going a hell of a lot faster than these seconds. Maybe they aren't. It felt like it. It felt like it, but you know, maybe it's just me being crazy. It feels like we're gonna make it to the B-rings, and then we're just gonna have to turn around. That's fine. We'll see. We'll see how much fuel we used percentage-wise by the end of this expedition. Back to our original thing of needing more steel sheets. Sheets. Hey, look at that. Some more shoots. Some more shoots. And we're gonna need the plastic sheets with us as well. Yeah, oxygen is climbing. Which is pretty freaking good. Now, I should start to look at the nitrolyzer. Because I want to take the excess oxygen. So whenever oxygen is above 30% and nitrous oxide is below a certain level, because we do need to set up a liquefaction for this, so we make a whole crap ton of nitrous oxide. And we condensate it into liquid state and then we store it as a liquid. That'll allow us to pull nitrous oxide whenever we need to, and we have liquid fuel for the rocket, which is another important factor. That should be fine. Bring the reagent mix down. Then we can disassemble this guy and recycle him because we don't need him anymore. Well, we can toss that back down there. Cables. Maybe it's time I did build a stacker here. Usually pretty good at building an extra stacker to keep around to separate ingots and whatnot, but for some reason this poor save, like our initial freaking hub building thing here is like, yeah, I'm gonna atmospherically set everything up so we can walk around in here without having issues with our breathing and, you know, whichever, whatever. Has it happened? No. It has not. Should we do it? Probably. But it does involve moving some things around. I do want to move these guys back, as I mentioned. I want to have a nice little clean space in the middle. Look at that. There is our 51st cables that we can grab. Now we can continue on with our wiring down there, which we're also going to do the MIPS stuff to get that sorted out. Yeah, do that there. Grab that. There we go. Ah, that's not the right way. That's the right way. Good boy. Good little cable. I mean, who taught the cable to be that mischievous? Going the complete freaking opposite direction of where I'm telling it to. Okay, that's the power. That's power. That's power. That's all of them hooked up with power. Now we can switch color on this bad boy. We can just go blue. And bam, and bam. Now, obviously, we are going to be lacking cable, like plenty. But cable is being made up there. We're just kind of filling our time with pushing this out as much as we can. To the ends of the earth that we can. Now I'm hoping we don't get another explosion out of the rocket, because that'd be pretty sad. But on the other hand, it would be kind of spectacular. And on par for my designs to just, you know, go up in flames. More explosions, the better, right? Nothing is more excitable than explosions. At least that's what I've been told. Promise, no personal experience. So, a lot more chutes, as we can tell. And then we're also going to need to connect the middle one somehow. Now, I don't know how I want to do or how I feel with the middle one. If I want to go with it down into the floor, but that would mean the blue cable is going to be in the way. Or if I want to go with it up, or if I just say fuck it and go straight in the middle and go, you know what happens happens. It is what it is. Either way, we need more regular cables so we can finish off that data network for the silos. Hey, look at that cable. Who would have thunk? It's almost like it knew what I wanted. Now, eventually, I will get further down the rabbit hole of the internal memory, or the internal memory stacks of the devices. I've stayed away from it a little bit because my head still kind of gets spun around a little bit. Like, I get the principle behind it, but I don't get it. And I haven't really had time to experiment anything with it on my own here since I poked around with the logic sorters in any reasonable state. I did watch the video that I know I linked earlier / the other week, but it only went over the actual logic sorter. I haven't found any tutorial or any kind of realistic video really going into depth about any other device than the logic sorter. What is it? Welding towards plastic sheets. Oh, yeah, it's the screwdriver last. Because I still wanna manually set the ejection for the resource, which has me a little bit annoyed. Because I was trying to figure that out, but I couldn't get it to work. And I'm pretty sure I was on the right track. It was just not cooperating with me. If someone do have insight into how that works, like legitimately, you know how it works, let me know. Because I understand the logic behind the bit shifting. I understand bits. My brain just hurts when it's trying to... it doesn't want to set the operation code, I think it is the problem I'm having. For some unknown reason. So it's trying to execute the wrong command. There we go. So all the data network is connected and all the logic sorters are connected and the stackers are connected on the same network as the logic sorters. We're making headway. Hey, look at that. Are you full? Hey, look at that. It is full. So it can take 3,000 items. That's good to know. That is good to know. Now that this happened, we can just we turn that on. Obviously, the sorter is on. Which is also a power saving thing. Like, the sorters only ever need to be enabled while either of the centrifuge is open. Plus, you know, like, I don't know, a minute or something. Or it'll take a while before before the whole thing is emptied out. I wonder if the powered chute can do that. Basically just read. I mean, the sorter should be able to do the same thing, right? We just have, if the... Because the logic sorter can do, if there's something in the import, we turn the device on for, you know, 5 seconds. That way, even the logic sorters can be disabled or, you know, off when there's nothing to sort. Yeah, we can do that. We can definitely do that, but... Ka-chunk. That is beautiful. That is a delicious amount of iron coming through here. Just run that value down so we can turn it back on again, because it's not completely automated. It's still having some drawbacks here. Obviously, the reset of it is a little bit sad. There we can see we sorted out slightly over 3,000 units, and we spent little under 200 moles worth of volatile and nitrous gas. So like 100 moles each, which is, well, 3 pieces of ice or something per each. So, you know, 6 pieces of ice for 3,000 units. It's not free power, but it is damn well close to considering all power on this rock costs. That's not bad. Oh, it was not happy with the fact that it still had pressure and temperature. That thing needs to be emptied out completely. There we go. Now it's in startup sequence. Right, power saving initialization. Do we want to have that on that side? Do we want to have it up there? Where do we put that program? Do I just stupidly put it here like everything else? It's out of the way. Am I right? Am I right? Do that. Let's pop this wire just so we can get that nice little orange color. There we go. So, pop you out here and do that. And then we don't have names on the stackers. That's a little bit of a shame. That's gonna have to be remedied. Oh yeah, and the new ones don't have names either, which is another small minor issue. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's the less graceful part of doing this. Because we are looking at lead and uranium. That's supposed to have an end bracket as well, or end parentheses. And then we're falling into the ice stuff, which I'm not entirely sure what I want to name. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We can actually pop that ship in there, pop that there, import, just to make sure. I don't remember if I exported the other stuff, but we'll notice. Coal, lead. Okay, so this is the guy. 352. Gonna need to write these down. 352277. And that is 352274. That's our lead and uranium. Up here, we just have define as uranium and then define as lead. And that is what we are adding here with. That is our lead. And that is our uranium. And bam, done. That is all of those sorters primed up. That is looking pretty good. That is looking pretty good. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. I think powered chutes makes it faster. Wait, what would make it faster? Like the processing into it? Speaking of processing and making things faster, we do need to refill food. We've got the centrifuge rolling on startup, so we don't have all too much time. We also have a rocket we sent out that we need to take a look at and start scanning with. So, let's have a look and see here. So, we launched with 12,000 moles. We're down to 8,129. Which means we used, what, roughly 30% of our fuel? Yeah, we used roughly like 33% of our fuel. Which means we're not gonna make it to that point and back. But what we are gonna do is we're gonna put on that scanner. And we're gonna chart. Because what we do have is battery time. Because we have one destination we can chart, and then we have 9 that we can discover. So that's plenty of things we can spend our power on. And then I'm thinking going back to this minefield. And we should be good. is my hope. But yeah, we'll just let that keep scanning. Get some food in our belly. How are you looking? You're looking pretty good. Now, not entirely sure how we wanna, how we can cleanly get cold enough to do. I mean, I guess it shouldn't be too hard, right? Because I'm thinking in the span of liquid hydrogen and liquid nitrous oxide, right? Liquid nitrous oxide, obviously not that hard. We can get that down with the phase shift. We just need to pressurize it, have it low enough of a temperature, and then pressurize it, and it turns into liquid, and that's easy. And then volatiles turn into a liquid if it goes below if it goes below, you know, 190 Kelvin, which is also not hard using this guy. Because what we do is we just pump in volatile in a liquid pump, or like in a liquid pipe with one of these settings. That'll cause it to condensate in the pipe, turning into liquid. And then we just add more pressure. And then we just have a liquid one-way valve that pulls out the liquid hydrogen. Now the difficulty is going to be rebuilding the rocket to fit. We're building a liquid rocket. But once we have that rolling, I'm pretty sure that we're going to be able to get more out of our rocket fuel. And we can get more rocket fuel on the rocket. Because we're storing it as a liquid, not a pressurized gas. Should be fine. Should be good. But now that we have some filtered deliciousness, right? Let's go ahead and grab some of those ingots, or you know, grab some of the iron ore. And this is gonna be very sad because I wasn't here to stop it from doing silly things. Slightly wasted gas, but you know, we'll I think we can leave this off for now. Because we have the ore we want. Let's grab those 6 stacks and let's smelt them and turn them all into chutes. And that should have us sorted out on chutes for the whole build, I think. And once we have that sorted out, we can start also looking at the smeltery. That's not what I wanted to do, but it was what we did. I'm just glad this pipe is explosion proof. Otherwise, I would have burnt down the freaking house. Not that we have walls or roof, so, you know, there's silver lining in it. Okay, so that's pushing down that thing. We want to grab... Let's just add a bunch of fuel. That should be plenty fuel. Let's process that. Give me those 300 ingots. Or 300 grams of an ingot. Hey, how are you doing? Hope you are doing all right. What would I call that? Roflick? Maybe? Maybe. Sounds all right. Anywho. Welcome in. Hope you are enjoying the chaos. We are just getting our sorting on. See, that thing will decapitate me one day. It's just gonna come flying at me when I'm unprepared, and you just go bam, suit gone, helmet gone, asphyxiation dead, and then that'd be the end of the run on Mimas. Yeah, hydrogen is getting a little bit sad. Filters are all right. We do need to sort out the walls. Maybe we should start building up some of these things here. Like we could easily move some of these things around. But at the same time, I want to get these things to work. Like getting these things to print out and bit shift properly. Also need to refill that glass because that glass was sadly empty. So I will be right back. There we go. So, you know, we are doing some Stationeers, as you can probably tell, if you are a fellow space station building connoisseur. You are very familiar with all the things that is going on here. If you're not, well, we are living the dream here on our Saturn moon. Trying to keep ourselves alive while avoiding death and destruction and blowing up ourselves while tinkering around playing with Windows Pipe screensaver simulator. Now that we are getting some shoots, we're not done with all the shoots. Let's just get some of these tied up together. The backbone of our industrial automation here. And this goes forward and spits it out right there. There we go. Okay. And now we just do continuing on with these chutes all the way over here. We need to make sure that we get the middle section here as well. So it's going to be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. It's gonna be like 100 shoots or something, so I'm pretty sure all of the shoots that we're making from that 300 iron is gonna be consumed just for this alone. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, it's just we'll need to smelt some more iron, but that's fine. Speaking of iron, let's have a look at our rocket. See how it's doing. If it's, I mean, it should have discovered the next planet. What I'm curious on is what resources we will be able to excavate from that location. So we'll just hit discover so it can keep doing that. Hey, look at that. We have C-rings. We do not have a continuation, so that's the end of the journey in that direction. It's a dense iron asteroid. Ooh. So we are talking only iron out here? Okay, okay. So what's the difference between that one and the iron over here? Is that because it's just the rocks, so it's pebbles? Like 2 to 4 size, 2 to 5 density, 1 to 2 richness. Oh, okay, so the richness of this is crazy. And everything here is going to be iron. Okay, so when we do want to get iron, we want to have a rocket capable of flying to that external, this place over here, because that's going to allow us to mine much, much faster. That's not bad. I mean, do I really want to discover the oxygen and volatile vapor? I mean, I guess. Can I even... I mean, it's not like I have a drill to mine on it. And that's just the vapors, so that's kind of meh. I do want to head back to the gold ring here. Yeah. Yes, that is literally the end of the route to the left. That's it's not a bad thing. Do you have a plan to start in Vulcan? I have a save on Vulcan that we were running before I started up on Mimas because I wanted I needed a little break from that hellscape. That's come quite a bit away. We've only had what, 3 deaths on Vulcan, I think. Maybe. If you hop in and check out the clips, there's a very sad few amount of clips, but the clips that I do have is all explosions and they're spectacular, and they all have me absolutely shocked, leaving in disbelief. So if you haven't seen them, check them out. I I strongly recommend them. So that is a volatile vapor, but I can't mine them anyway, as I said. So we are gonna head over to... Do we want to go for the gold or the silicon? Ooh, we're only gonna be able to harvest one thing this mining run with the rocket. Do we go for silicon or do we go for gold? I'm thinking gold. Although we do need a whole craptastic amount of silicon to run. Yeah, I'm thinking gold as well. Let's do the gold. Let's grab the rocket. Let's just turn off the scanner. And let's go for the gold. Let's go set location. Let me turn on the engine. I'm kind of concerned of the rocket fuel. But At the same time, we used 4,000 to get there. So if it's 2,000 in between here, 2,000 over there, 1,000, 1,000, so that's 6,000. That should still leave us with a bit remaining. So we don't screw up like we did last time with the gold mining. Worst case, we rebuild the rockets. We've done it before, we can do it again. But I wonder how much... actually, you know what? Let's set the A-rings as destination. Don't know why we have ETA. Like... I don't get it. We've got our destination set as one thing. We got next location ETA. It shouldn't have more locations. Because I'm thinking, if we head into the A-rings, right? And then we do a new scan so we can get a fresh gold rocks belt. And then we'll dig into that, because this gold... Or was it the other one we were mining at? No, I'm pretty sure it was this gold, or did I delete the other gold? Yeah, because we'll do some scan here, and we'll check for more deposits. Delete the iron rock. And then that'll cycle out on every 4 scans, so every 80 seconds it'll pop a new one. So let's just let that run for a minute. I don't need the doors with me. And I don't need the pipes, I don't need that, and I don't need that at the moment. We just need more chutes. All the chutes, bring all the chutes. All the chutes to the party. And then we'll fix up the chutes, and by the time we're done with the chutes, the rocket should have scanned a bunch of new ore deposits. And we'll send the rocket in to start mining more. And that would be nice to have the rocket just fill its belly with gold, so we don't have to deal with the gold mining. That would be pretty neat. A cardboard box would be handy. I mean, you're not wrong. You know, you're not wrong. Sorry, video just lagged. Didn't hear anything until now. So yeah, I have a couple of runs that it's kind of impending. One of them is on Vulcan, and it's on day 300 something. And got some clips from total absolute disaster on that piece of rock. The hell happened? Wait, what? Okay. So we have visited Vulcan, and we have a pretty stable base, I would say. Even though power does need a little bit of an upgrade, as it always does. But overall, pretty stable. What I haven't played on is Venus. I tried a Venus save once, and it ended spectacularly because I forgot to change out one of the doors to a manual hatch because Venus pressurization differences and the whole damn base just exploded. I haven't returned to Venus since, but it is on the agenda to do same thing for Europa, which we had a horrible failure on as well. And we'll return to a brutal Europa run as well. Once the new terrain stuff is live on the stable branch. And until then, and perhaps even depending on where we are situated with this run, we'll still continue on with this until I'm happy and done with it, because we do have some plans for it, and I want to stick to it. And get the full automation done, clean up the codes for everything quite a bit. Because then I can just nab the codes from this run and actually reuse, which would be nice. Okay, so we just went through a whole crap ton of shoots, so we need more. We need a lot more. I completely forgot that we also needed to go around this whole thing. But we got everything on this side is connected and hooked up. Which is pretty nice, which means our lead is hooked up, our uranium is hooked up. Yeah. I think it might be time to look into our power saving script here as well. There we go. Hey, SPP. Also, that freaking notification is massive. Hope you're enjoying it. Welcome to the chaos. Thank you so much for the follow. It is appreciated. Yeah, like I said, I hope you enjoy the show because it is chaotic and you never know what happens. Sometimes explosions, sometimes things just work. Who knows? I sure don't in half the times. But we're getting there. Like I said, just, you know, like there, we just found some random chutes locked into a little grid. I'm looking at some kind of beautiful underground facility. I like it. Yeah, so it is the Mimas rocket / manufacturing facility. And I got a couple of artificial limitations on me that I'm, you know, self-imposed for just for the sake and sheer insanity of having another type of challenge to it. And one of them being I don't use deep miners at all. So I don't have any accumulation of ores. And this is not necessarily only due to challenge per se, but Mimas, if you haven't played on it, or if you're unfamiliar with it, it is a moon on Saturn. And it's a beautiful little desolate place. It's basically the moon, but hardcore. It's too far away from the sun to make solar power any kind of realistic power choice, which means the only power you can produce is the power that you are spending resources in generating. Now, because power is a scarce resource, I am opting to not use deep miners because they consume a lot of power. Which our power plant is currently this sad little thing. And this is a temporary little access box. But I've got 2 Stirling engines in here. And that is running off the H2 combustor. So in the first thing here, we have a little bit of a discoloration. So inside this pipe that is also hooked up to the output from the furnace. So it's coming from down here. This is steam. So this is the output from the hydrogen, or volatile and oxygen burner. So it pops out at 1500 degrees, goes into the first Stirling engine, and the output from that Stirling engine goes into the next one. And those two in combination generates roughly 10 kilowatts, 11 kilowatts. And then as my backup power that we recently built, we have a gas fuel generator, which is fueled with nitrous oxide and volatiles at the usual 50 to 50 ratio. That thing cranks up at the current fuel supply that I want to send it its way. It can crank out like 20 to 30 kilowatts of power. And then that exhaust gets turned into this, and then that gets sent into this. So by the end of all of the power plant production, I have gas coming into this output pipe at 300 degrees, which is then being shipped over to the atmospheric center. So I'm capturing everything. I'm capturing all my furnace fuel usage, the power production usage, and everything is being shipped down here. It's coming into this yellow hot pipe. That is being sifted through the water. So we have our water steam here. That gets pushed over. And anything that is not that steam, because the steam is coming through here, it's going through a condensation system, shipped over into liquid. So by the time it's liquid, it's down to a nice, comfortable 30 to 35 degrees. Anything else is going to be coming out here at 300 degrees, going through my counterflow heat exchanger that is volume pump control regulated through an IC program. So by the time it gets into the waste system, it comes out at an average of 25 degrees. So it's, it's a little bit toasty every so often, depending on how much higher the temperature in the furnace gets pushed out into the pipes. But it's anything the waste pipe is below 40 degrees. And then that then gets shifted around. So our oxygen is 25, nitrogen is 23. CO2 is slightly higher, but that's fine because that goes into the plants and they all nice it. And then volatiles being 33. Nitrous oxide obviously empty because I keep using it. That goes directly into the fuel mixer. And then we have our pollutants. And our pollutant is the main carry source of our coolant, which is currently sitting on 1.1 cubic liter. And this is all pollutant generated from our fuel furnace. Pick up those stacks. Put them over here. Don't need to be there. And this is my emergency just refill ice situation at the moment. And then that coolant pipe is what carries over here, and it goes through the whole base and is what I access to do things. Use liquid pollutant to cool things. Yes. It is the most easily accessible liquid. And it can carry down to, what is it, 190 Kelvin? Before it freezes. And Like I said, it's easily accessible in most cases. I do have some uranium mining that I did early on just to get more pollutant. And it runs through this system here. So these guys are absorbing the cold, and I have them kind of opposite to a solar script where their 90-degree angle is always facing the sun, so they're always cooling. And then as long as the liquid in this pipe is less than what I want it to be, they keep these guys on. And then once it's cold enough, they retract. Because the benefit of the large liquid radiators, unlike any of the other radiators in the game, these guys, when they're retracted, don't absorb or radiate heat from the atmosphere. Which means it is the only radiator that you have absolute control over when it comes to temperature ranges. In any other situations, you would need to pump out the liquid out of the pipe to stop it from cooling. Hence why I prefer the large radiators, because they're nice. The downside with them is they use stellite to build, so they're not easily accessible early on. Gold rocks. Okay, so turn off the rocket scanner. 6,000. I am kind of dubious, but like 6,000 that's 50% of our fuel. We should be fine. I did say we should be fine last time, and we were not fine, but you know, I'm hoping we'd be fine. That's 50 seconds. That's 500 seconds worth of fuel to get back to the station. So we get down there. We turn on the scanner. Once the asteroid rocks pieces are scanned completely, we start to mine it. And then we mine it until the rocket is down to either 20% battery or the deposit is depleted. Then we hit survey, and then every instance here. So we've got 10% discovery is going to give us composition, 30% discovery is going to give us the size, 60% discovery is going to give us the density of this belt, 100% is going to give us the richness, and then once we're getting past that, it gives us a mining boost, and then it gives us an additional mining boost. Just curious, how can you jumpstart the GFC with the nitro? Oh, the centrifuge. You trickle run it. Let me the script that I have worked on Europa, but for some reason it does not work here on Mimas. So it needs a slight bit of adjustment, but you essentially run it to let me pull that up here. Bird. So inside here, I have it set up in 4 different steps. One, the initialize, and note, this code is not complete. I don't have a stop sequence and a restart sequence properly set up because I'm still kind of tinkering with the actual startup process of it. it just kind of runs until it hits the error and then throttles down, and then it doesn't know what to do at the moment. But essentially, initialize is just making sure that we're closing the handle, setting the throttle to 10%, and obviously, setting the actual throttle. And then it goes into step 1, and it'll stay inside step 1 until it hits 300 RPM. And what it does is, in case it ever reaches 100%, it flips over to reset and kind of has to start over again, which is what I'm tinkering with right now. But essentially, anytime it flips over and reaches 5% stress, it goes into reduced throttle. So it pulls the throttle handle back to 10% again. And then once it's out of that, it passes on and it's less than 5% stress, it tries to move the throttle back to 10%. So it goes, it accelerates, pulls back, accelerates, pulls back, accelerates, pulls back. Once it's hitting 300 RPM, which I think I want to change that to like 350. I think this might work better. It moves over into step 2. And step 2 is where we start to ramp up the throttle until we hit throttle at 100%. And it's essentially a stress management weight game. Because once we're at 100% throttle, we can start moving the limiter. And once we move the limiter up and that hits 100%, it'll run the centrifuge at 1200 RPMs without a problem. But my problem is in between step 1 and step 2, it's failing slightly for some reason here. And obviously the reset thing isn't really 100% working either. But, starting this up cold, bumps this back on. It sets the throttle to 10. It gets up to 10-15% stress, moves back down. And then it does a wait for... it does a waiting game for like 1 second, 2 seconds. Waits for the stress to go down. But with nitrous oxide, it really kicks up the stress quickly until we've built up enough pressure and enough temperature for it to properly run it. And one of the key figures of it is making sure that you don't have it put in too much fuel. Now, my current version of the script is just running it on stress, which is not really optimal. What you want to do is you want to run it with stress count as well as fuel injection. Until you hit 100% throttle, you don't want to add more than up to 5-6% fuel. Is what I've seen being kind of a keynote. As soon as that nitrous oxide starts to hit like 10% content, the pressure, it just like the pressure buildup differential gets so high so quickly that it has a hard time managing. So as long as it's under 10% nitrous oxide in it, it's usually fine. And the mixture tends to be volatile heavy, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I do have it automatically adjusting now in the script for the mixer. It just doesn't have enough nitrous oxide in the supply at the moment to do that. Now, I am kind of curious, since I did some slight adjustment. Yes, I know hydration is critical. Don't you worry about it. Since it should be waiting longer with the RPMs before toggling over to the next sequence, it might be a little bit more lenient. My water bottle makes almost the same noise with impaired. Thank you for that. Now, the difference between nitrous oxide and regular fuel mixer is that it takes a little bit longer for it to boot up. Still didn't figure out how to use the combustion centrifuge, I mean ratio and so on. It's generally a matter of increased throttle until it is no longer causing stress. Once the throttle is on maximum, you can start increasing the limiter. My problem initially when I tried to figure it out, when I kind of got, you know, exposed to it. Yeah, you can absolutely do it manually. As you can just hit these buttons. Now the thing with it is the whole pressure temperature, because while it may look like, hey, you know, it's almost resetting, like the RPM is just going down, like why are we not adding more fuel? And that's because the stress is so high, but all three factors are very important when it comes to getting getting up to speed. Because while the RPM got pulled down before we added more fuel here, and you can see how it's, you know, you can see the throttle kind of toggling, we are constantly increasing the temperature, which is also constantly increasing the pressure. So the RPM matters very little as we're building those two other variables up. So until we hit like, you know, 2 point something MPa, building up the pressure, it takes a bit of time to kind of get the really ramped up. Once it's at full capacity though, it'll freaking just run. Freaking food and water and everything. A very sad character. I didn't want to leave this in the boot up stage when I don't know if it's 100% working. But here you can see that the pressure now is really starting to kick up. And now, because the pressure is starting to kick up, we're also starting to get our RPMs up. So now we finally reached the stage where we're not needing to pull back the throttle from that first stage. We can just have that open and it'll just keep injecting more fuel, which is gonna ramp up the pressure, it's gonna ramp up the temperature, it's gonna ramp up our RPMs. Now we started getting a little bit of stress, so it pulled back the throttle and it lets it just burn the fuel that's in the machine. Once that fuel is down on 0, or just above 0, it adds more fuel again. And now we're starting to see a significant increase in this. And it's just as we kind of need to go and freaking get drinking. Okay, you know what? Let's just be quick about it. Go, 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 go. Kind of wanted to see if it actually manages to boot up properly. Yeah, I know health is low. Don't come here with your health is low complaints. And yes, I still haven't fixed the freaking pressure setting for that thing. Yeah, I know hunger is caution. I just want to eat quickly, get back to my centrifuge to look at numbers increasing. Thank you. Let me out again. Let me out! 7% hydrogen. Also, we need to check on the rocket as well, because that thing's just idly scanning away. Ooh. Yeah, so this is the part that still needs a little bit adjustment in code. The fuel count was hitting above 10%, which is gonna be significantly increasing the stress. So I manually pulled it back a snap. Then that'll start decreasing the stress once it starts to burn through the fuel a bit more. As the fuel count goes lower, it'll reduce the stress. And now you can see the RPMs also really just picking off. And I don't know how many is suffering from the ads that just hit you. Maybe I just do that. So inside step 2, await stress. And we just do a load the stress value, and then we do a what do I have available registry wise? Well, you can use R11. And we just do a if self stress is greater than 0.2. That thing is true. I'm gonna do R11. If that's true, we want to do a self. We want to set the was it the throttle? Yeah, we want to set the throttle. We just want to do set that to 20. There we go. So in case, because I'm pretty sure we hit the weight stress when we get into that point, and we're just adjusting that a little bit with if the self-stress level is greater than 20%, we set the throttle to do sub R12 10. We just pull the throttle back. And as you can see here, now that we are past that danger step, we are just continuously increasing our throttle while our stress is not increasing because the pressure is high enough to sustain it now. And we are going wild on the fuel count. And the throttle is up and increasing. Once the throttle hits 100%, it'll start increasing the limiter. And it goes bam. I don't know why it put the limiter on freaking 100. That is not what it should be doing. It should not be putting the limiter on 100. Well, that was close. What on earth are you doing? What the hell? I'm so confused. Oh. Right, because it didn't actually hang on. It didn't actually load. Yeah, because it was keeping the settings from when I had it previously. That's why, because I didn't reset the ship. I just yanked down the handles when I started it back. Line 90. That's the await stress. That's just the throttle. Or are those two flipped around? I always mess up my subtractions. Don't ask me why. Just, you know. Should be fine, right? We're reading the throttle into the register, and then we're putting it into negative, and then or is that me being an idiot? Should we be... Yeah, we should be doing that. We should be doing that. We don't have... Yeah. Yeah. Because we want to read the throttle. And then we want to check our self-stress, which we're reading in here. And if that is above 20%, we know that, hey, we need to pull back the throttle. So we read the throttle separate from the self-throttle, just to have it on a separate registry. Although I guess we could just do... we could just do... we don't necessarily need to have that. We can just do self.throttle here, -10, and then use that here. If we are fine on the self-stress, so the self-stress is above or it's below 20%, then we just use whatever we have currently. That should be fine. Now, arguably, this should be fine now. I think. I think it might be a little bit breakage, but it's fine. Like I said, it was mainly related to the fact that I cranked the handle on it and I yanked things back and I didn't reset the chip. I'm kind of curious to see if it's gonna pop it back into, yeah. How did you? Hi, it's disintegrating just because I did adjustments to the code. I think we're overall just gonna break this cycle. I think it's gonna be easier to just restart it. At least now with my adjustments. But anyway, you saw it, how it was working. And then it's just gradually increasing the limiter in a nice slow capacity instead of cranking it slammed freaking into max. Once it... that should be fine. It should be working fine. We'll see what happens with that adjustment. See if it actually picks up in order. I'm hoping it does. We'll see. But yes, that gives us a whole bunch of iron to play around with. Now we are going to take a look at the rocket because that one needs attention as well. We should have that belt all discovered up nice and cleanly, and we should be able to start mining it. And that should give us a ton of gold. Yeah, so now we got all of the fancy things. We got 4.11 density. Turn off the scanner, turn on the miners, and then we just go mine. As we did visit this with the rocket that exploded. But as you can see, so that's each bar filled, and each thing that's complete, that's 5 ore per miner. So that's 10 ore per tick, or per sequence that we are mining. And as we're mining, the density is being depleted. But it's not in a set rate, so it's, it's doing what, 10, 20 ore, I think. Yeah, roughly 20 ore times 400, which is, what we kind of have remaining here. Which is roughly, like, it's roughly speaking like 8,000 gold in this one deposit. And the only thing that limits us on how much we can mine is our storage, which we want to turn on because we want to have that accumulating. And our battery, because when we're in a location, we're not spending fuel. We're spending battery to keep ourselves there. More batteries equals more time in the same location. Now we are using the less efficient drills, but more power consumption stable. So we'll see how much we get out of it. But yeah, just need to keep an eye on the battery level every so often and let that drill away. Oh yeah, waste tank. We can do the power as well. Now I placed this elevator, or what I was intending to be the elevator, kind of weird, because I'm not entirely sure which direction I want the elevator to be facing, and you can't turn the elevator carriage in between it, so it's a little bit wonky. Hey, look at that! It's coming back to life. It is coming back to life. It's alive! It's alive! But yeah, you see how it works. And it does work with just pure nitrous oxide fuel. Now, as Skirius does mention, if you are running with different types of fuels, or if you're running with, if you have multiple fuel lines, like I could be doing it that way, because I do have a regular fuel line here that is running, 33% oxygen and 60s, what is intended to be 67% volatiles. You could start the centrifuge using regular fuel. And then by the time you hit a certain RPM or a certain pressure or temperature, depending on what you want to pick, probably a combination of RPMs and pressure, you would switch over and start using nitrous oxide fuel instead. That would get you, you'd kickstart the combustion centrifuge using regular fuel, which would allow it to work more efficiently in the startup sequence. And now we are actually in the next phase here, so let's see if our code adjustment worked. As we can see, we got the throttle on 30%. If we hit that 20% bracket, it should move back one step. On the next check, please move back. Pretty please. No. Something is still wonky there. I'm gonna have to resort to LEDs to debug which stage of the code it's in. But I mean I clearly got a diagnostic down into where it's causing a problem. Because once you pull down the throttle, it stabilizes. And then obviously I don't know what was happening with the limiter last time, so we'll see if that also happens. But you can see we're hitting 600 RPMs pretty easily. And we are processing ore like a nice chunk. And like I said, you can code this up. So instead of, checking stages and whatever else, you could read the fuel quantity and just have it like 2% NOS, cut throttle. And then bounce it back and forth. So it's always filling up a little bit of fuel. And then once we get fuel back up, we are continuing to increase our throttle. Because that is really the only sequence part that is causing a problem with the throttle. And then we do throttle and throttle and throttle. And still no stress. Until we janked freaking maximum limiter for some reason. There we go. Limiter went up 1 stage, 2 stage. Now limiter should stay there until it stabilizes. I don't know why it's not stabilizing. It was working before. Are you going down? Seems like the needle is slowing down at least. Yeah, there we go. Went up to 30%. It worked on my machine? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It is... There we go. It's going down to 20%. And it is going down to the bottom. And then once it hits the bottom, it'll bump up the limiter again. And then it goes back up. And then we have... Let's pick up some more... Let's pick up some more iron. Ah. And it's picking up the RPMs. And then it'll gradually increase. At least the limiter seems to be working properly. I don't know why the throttle is being a little bit icky, but yeah, it'll keep going until it hits 1200 RPM, which is the max RPM it can run on the fuel, which puts it down to processing speed of like slightly less than a second per ore, which I would consider is pretty damn good. And that is, as you can see, the boot up sequence of the combustion gas centrifuge using nitrous oxide fuel directly into the machine rather than a lower capacity fuel mix or something in between. Which is, you know, it's doable. It's a little bit finicky, but definitely doable. But you are going to need to have an IC10 code for it, because doing it in any other way of capacity is going to be an absolute nightmare. Gimme some iron ingots. Gimme some iron ingots. Where be my iron ingots? Hey, look at that. All the chutes. And yes, this still isn't, you know, consolidated built or whichever way. There's a lot of things on this base that is just, you know, it's just, don't worry about it. We'll do it later. And then that later never comes around. Unfortunately, I can't send these uranium ores anywhere. At least on Mars, I can build a temple to the divine winds that just absorbs the ore. Ooh, some chutes. That's gonna be sad. Pollutants is starting to get a little bit. We're gonna chuck down the mixture there as well. So what do we have left to do here now? I do have 2 liquid pipes I need to pull along the left wall. Because we are gonna have liquid fuel for the rocket later. We also have an ad that starts in 5 minutes. We're gonna do this. Reagent mix, reagent mix, reagent mix. Go away. Be gone, demon reagent mix. Look at that. We are max limiter, max throttle. We are going ham. It's going at 1160 RPMs. It'll slowly creep up to 1200. And that's the combustion centrifuge going at full freaking tilt. Which is pretty crazy. I like it. And you can see the processing speed of the ore. Which is pretty nice. And if someone is wondering, like, oh my lord, it's so quick, how does it do it? How much fuel is it using? Well, not a lot. Not a lot at all. So the fuel quantity that's inside this pipe network has been all of our failed attempts at starting this damn thing up. It is also run 2 full cycles, plus a bunch of idle time that I completely forgot to actually add things into it. And you can see that it's at a total whopping of 200 and barely 220 moles in total, which means, roughly speaking, 10 units of ice. If you look at volatiles, you've got volatile ice is coming at 22 moles per unit of ice, right? So per unit. That means a full stack of 50, which is really, really easy to mine. Is like pure math wise, 1100 moles. If you count that on this thing here, where it's used roughly 100 moles worth of fuel for the capacity of being able to process like 6,000 ore. That's like 60 to 1. One stack of volatile ice could process 66,000 units of ore, running at full efficiency. Which is pretty dang good for one stack of ore. Or, one stack of ice. Or, you could have 12 electric centrifuges doing the same job, if you have the space, the power, and whichever else to do it. But I do prefer my gas centrifuges just because they're slimmer. They're I'm not gonna say easier to work with, because they sure are not easier to work with, but they are a lot more space efficient. They're a lot more generally efficiency, and you don't need to wait as long to process your ores before you can actually do something with them, which is quite nice. 2% power, 1,000 ore mined. Yeah, we'll definitely be able to completely deplete this gold deposit, which is gonna have us at like 8,000 gold, which is nice. That's gonna be our gold situation solved. I just hope we can get the rocket back in one piece, because for everyone that is new to the channel, haven't done the general introduction, but you know the drill. Name's Iceforge, and we do a bit of variety here. I do some War Thunder during Fridays now. Got a few gaps in the week in the streaming, but we do a lot of Stationeers, and we do a lot of fun things. Now, the previous rocket, prior to the one that we currently have in the asteroid belt orbit, our previous attempt at mining gold, it may or may not have rapidly disintegrated. Just saying, just something happened here. Let's just go with it wasn't decelerating fast enough, and leave it at that. And we're just gonna I need to fix that silo so we can actually use it. But yeah, the slight incident happened. We had some fun trying to manually land it using the sparse amount of fuel that was left in it, but there was just not enough fuel to counteract gravity the last like 1.5 kilometer down. And for some reason it decided to pick up a lot of speed during those 1.5 kilometers down. Yeah, the result was seen. It was not heard because of the vacuum, but it was spectacular. I think that's all the shoots. Holy shoot. Now, I don't want to hook up... do I want to run it here? Do I want to run it... The junctions only allow one way. The junctions are gonna need to be offset from one side. Unless I do like some silly double junction crap, which is not gonna happen. I'm just gonna do this. There we go. Yeah. And then we'll figure the other part out. And welcome back, everyone. And we are sorting. We're on the last bits of our shoot usage. Okay, that's a bit dumb, but you know, we'll go with it. Do I go one? Yeah, I go one out. Let's just do one out on all of these. Just trying to figure out how I want the chutes out from the silos into the regular system. And we are just gonna do it that way. So we've got all of the sorters are now connected. We just need the actual output connections now, which is pretty slick. And then those are going to be going over here. And they are going to be connecting up to the furnace, which is going to be happening in that room over there, which is not existent yet, but it is going to be mined out. And then we can start backfilling the terrain that we want to be covering. We can start placing some walls. We can weld these things up. That's going to be pretty neat. There we go. 1190 RPM. And that is going in full freaking speed. We got a bunch of things left. And so my idea here with the centrifuges is that we're going to be running... When one centrifuge starts to hit the maximum capacity, the other one starts booting up. And then while one is shut down, the other one kind of picks up the pace. So we always have one centrifuge that's running if there's ore in the silo. And if there's less than like 50 units of ore in the silo, it'll just wait. And then it'll run until the silo is empty. Which is part of the code that I haven't written yet. But it's, you know, it's a work in progress. But that is the whole sorter network is kind of hooked up now. We just need to write the power saving script that'll allow all of these bad boys to not be on. I guess these guys are going to be on because I haven't set what I wanted to be sorting into these yet. Which is kind of bad. They should be sorting ice. I guess. Like I'm still a bit weirded out with the space ice, right? Like when we're mining ice in space, are we gonna be getting the actual ice that is in the belts, or am I gonna be getting space ice I need to run through a centrifuge, which would be kind of weird because the centrifuge is running at 5,000 Kelvin. And I don't know any ice that would pass through not melting 5,000 degrees. So I'm presuming that it's going to be coming down as the specific ice type that it is. Right? And to... Again, nitrous oxide. Which then means which of the ices is it? Is it pure ice nitrous oxide? Because it's not nitrice, right? Because nitrice is the opposite. Nitrice is 23 nitrogen and 3 nitrous oxide. Whereas, is it pure ice nitrogen? Because that's not true either. I'm very confounded as to what the contents from mining ice in space actually is. And if anyone is wondering what the hell I'm talking about, like what is the special condition circumstance, which whatnot have not thingy mabob, I have a NOS asteroid belt. We're just gonna check the rocket. Yeah. The regular mining mineral drills, delicious. They are the fucking shit. Over here, right on Titian, I've got NOS ice, which is 22 moles nitrous oxide and 2 nitrogen. So it's the opposite of nitrice. But as far as I can check, as far as I can tell in the Stationpedia, there's no specific individual ice that is of that type. You think you will get space ice, which melts at 273 Kelvin? Yeah, so my presumption is it comes in as space ice. Now, the difficulty here is it coming in as space ice with no properties? So I would need to make sure that I'm only ever mining one ice at the time to be able to tell which ice is which. Like, am I just gonna get random space ice that's gonna be merging with other space ice. Because that could get very painful if you're mining more than one thing at any given time, right? Like if I'm mining pollutant ice and then I'm mining NOS ice, are they both gonna be coming in as space ice? Because that feels like it could get very, very messy very quickly. I mean, I'm presuming that's the case. But that'll be slightly headache inducing, because then I would need to kind of earmark which rocket is connected to the chute system to have powered chutes filter based on which crush them and then separate the gases. Yeah. I mean, that is true. I could, in theory, just have a silo for space ice. And then, as soon as that comes in, I'll just chuck it in a crusher. But I was hoping to, because of how much these guys stack, because the space resources stack in 100, right? That means we get 100 stacks, and it is 22 moles per stack, multiplied by 600. That means we get 1.3 million moles worth of nitrous oxide in a silo. It's a hell of an efficient way to store nitrous oxide. Versus trying to store it as a liquid in a tank. Because, I mean, we get 43,000 as almost 800 liters. Now, granted, we could store 23 times this amount, but that's not 1,000 times that amount. Hence why storing it in a silo and separating them would be a insane space conservative manner. But there's no way for the logic sorter to know the contents of the type of space ice. So I would need to know which silo to send it to, depending on. But then again, I am also only directly sending the rockets manually. So I could have a predetermined rocket that is set as, nitrous oxide rocket. Or, my ice rocket, and then just have a toggle for which silo I want it to be sending that specific ice to, which will require more. It'll require more of me logistically. But I also think that might be the most space efficient way of dealing with it. Right? Because, I mean, even just a one mining trip. Just a one mining trip of, say, it goes out and gets, like, 7,000 units or whatever. That's still 150k on a belt. I think the space ice is similar to reagent mix. Yeah, my presumption is that it's something that you just chuck into the crusher, or either a furnace or an ice crusher, and it just sorts it out. Because that's how all the other ices work. Either way. Food for thought, food for later. We are gonna run the power saving script, set that up right away. And then we're gonna figure out the freaking elevator here, I think, because that shit's just ridiculous. Maybe pressurizing this thing? Maybe not necessarily pressurizing it, but, yeah. Why don't we pressurize it? Right? Let's finish off the silo building. Now we got iron coming out of our ears, so that's pretty solid. We got the rockets supplied. We are gonna need to do some hydrogen mining. We got a bit left, but we still need like a full backpack worth of it. How are we doing on the silo? We're coming along. Yeah, let's do the. Oops. And then we do import. Now we want to grab the sorters, because we're going to be working with the hash values for all of these things. We are going to be looking at the logic sorter. It's fine. What do I want to call them? Sort iron. Hash. And then we just want to run down the list. We can actually do that so we don't eat our way to victory. Let's just do this. So copper. And we're just going to do this a couple of times because I don't bother counting. Coal. No, go away. Whatever that overlay is, go away. Lead, silver, uranium, cobalt, nickel. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is our stuff. Now, the reason why I'm not doing this on the internal stack for the whatnot is because it doesn't have any use for us. So that is our sorters. Let's do this. Sort logic sorter definitions. Sorter. And then that is what we are going to grab here. There we go. And then we do stacker definitions. And we're gonna do the same thing here. Now, I don't know if we are looking at... Because the image is the same as well, which is the stacker. Can we look at the config of the value? We can look at the config, right? We can see the prefab. That's the one. 158564163. Yeah. The structure stacker reverse, and I believe all of these guys are the reversed version. Right? Yeah. Because they are different, so that is also something you need to take into consideration. And here we're going to do the same thing with the other one. So we are going to just do this just to have a starting. So we're going to do stack iron. And then we are going to grab... where did the labeler go? There you are. We're just going to grab that stacker as the hash value. And then that is essentially what we are going to copy paste. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like lag with each addition here. But we're doing the same things here. So copper, gold, coal, silicon, lead, silver, uranium, cobalt, nickel. And the unfortunate thing with this many devices and this many passes, there's not a whole lot of ways to get around just boilerplating things like this. I just hope all the names are uniform and correct, which I believe they are. Otherwise, we are poached in some capacity. So, what do we want to do with this? And we're just going to hit confirm so the code doesn't go away if I accidentally hit cancels or something stupid. We're going to throw in a yield there just for safe measures. We're going to do a loopy loop. So, do I want to do a giant push stack to flip around these in between and just to have a small logic code thing? Maybe. We'll see. We'll figure out. So, because what we want to be doing is we want to read the import slot of the sorter if there is something inside that slot. We turn on the stacker for X amount of time. That way, to allow the thingy to filter, we sort things around. If there is something inside that slot, we also turn on the sorter. Because we can do the same thing here. We turn on the sorter, and then we leave that on. We turn on the stacker, we leave that on, because the sorter doesn't need to be on for it to take in something new to sort. Which means we want to read both the slots of the sorter. Import sorter LBS, import. We just need the import sorter, really. Or we need to export to sorter export to sorter import. Sorter import R0 alias sorter export to, which is the filtered slot. So that's what's going out into the actual stacker. And as long as there's something in either of these, we want it to be enabled. Once there's nothing in here, everything is cleared, we can just ship it out. We could check the exported one as well, but I think we should be fine. We might actually do a big push stack, because checking each individual one is going to be a lot of extra code. Yeah. And the only reason we need to deal with the crappy hash text values is because we can't read the slots using device ID. And I know I've talked about it previously, but when you're reading a slot value, you only have 2 index capacities of reading it. You have, or, you know, kind of 2 access points. You have the batch access, which is LBS or LBNS. And then you have direct access read on the LS. That's your only 2 access points to reading the slot. And the same thing for writing to the slot, the same situation. You can only use batch reading or device reading. You cannot use ID reading, which is what I prefer to use when I target specific devices. Now the benefit is, you know, you just need to name the things such and such, which is the default name, and then add that type in the end, and it'll just work on another save. Instead of having to check each individual ID for the devices. But with batch settings, things can go awry. You can have multiple things on the network, and you can cause absolute havoc in code. But we might still want to push a stack to it and do a universal generic logic. But here we want to read the sorter, and we want to read the slot index for the import. So if you look at the logic sorter, you have that index value here for the different slot types. So for our import, it is 0. For our export 2, which is our filtered slot, we've got a 2. So for our import, we are reading 0. For our export, we are reading 2. And the logic slot type is gonna be the same thing as any kind of batch mode. Have any specific slot types? And this is down to the slot variables. We're just gonna use occupied because we just need to know if there's something in it. And then we just do summarize. That way, the value inside the sorter import or sorter export 2 is gonna be greater than 0 if there's something in it. We don't care about the quantity, we don't care about the stack size, we just want to know if there's something in that slot. And then we just want to do we essentially just want to look at the sorter import. And this is breaking down to, like, this is just a batch thing. So here we want to also be filtering on the specific name, which is obviously going to be here, which is going further, since it's device hash, name hash, and then the index. We have our name hash here. And this is where our generic code usage comes in. So if we want to push and use the stacks, and we did just get smacked by a freaking ad here. Completely forgot to mute, to snooze it for a second. There we go, and everyone is back. So we are turning this into we're gonna be exploiting our stack values on this thing, because we want to do a couple of things that is essential to it, and we want to generically push it. And the easiest way we're gonna do that is if we keep the logic simple, and the only boilerplating we're using is the whole hash wrap. So we are setting an alias for our sorter import and sorter export, just for simplicity reading. And then we are also doing a selected sorter and our selected stacker. And we're going to have the program select that by reading through the stack, running through them one by one inside the same loop, instead of copying over all of the logic for each individual stack pair. I just hope we have enough lines to do this. So for our sorter import, as well as for our sorter export, we can just do our selected sorter. So whichever sorter we have selected, it'll read these and it'll assign the import and the export to it. We could even simplify this, to be fair, and just call it import, and then just call it export to. And the way we do that is we are going to push the values into the stack, and then we're going to pop the values out of the stack and do that one by one. And then it is going to do a, at the end of this, we're going to do a, if the stack, which is short by SP, is greater than 0, i.e. there's still something in the stack that we want to read, i.e. we want to loop over it back and forth. We just want to go back into... we don't want to do main, we want to do... loop is the label we want to use. So if we get here and we still have something in the stack, it's going to jump to line 35 and then go down. And why we're not jumping into main is because inside main start, we've got a jump to push the stack, which is jumping down here, which is going to contain all of the very annoying, very copy-paste stack values that we want to insert into it. Now for the logic itself, we pop the sorter, we pop the stacker, which is nice. And then we know exactly what we have, where we have it. And then we are just gonna do if we're just gonna check, and we can use R5. Let's use R5 just for in case we need to have that R4 for something, which I don't think so, but we'll stick it to it. And we are basically just gonna check if actually we could just use it. So if import, and this is kind of where, you know, the registry, the blank registry might make a lot more sense for the readability of it. But basically, if the import contains something, which actually we could use that as the on button. We could do that. That could be kind of funny. We could actually do that. So SBN, we could do a sorter, selected sorter on import. That way, if there's something in the import, it is on. And the same thing for SBN stacker. Selected stacker on. And then we do export too. That way, if there's anything inside the export of the sorter, maybe we add some comments here. Turns devices on/off based on occupation of import/export slots on the sorter. So here, we turn the sorter on if there is something to sort. And the same thing here is we turn the stacker on if there is something when export is full. So whenever the export slot of the sorter is occupied, i.e. it can't empty it out because the pipes, you know, the chute's too full into the stacker. The stacker turns on. Now, we may want to have a slight delay on the system, like sleep 1, so it's 1 second per each interval stacker. But on the other hand, I think it'll, I have a feeling that it's just gonna sort itself. It might take a little shenanigans before it kind of primes itself across the board, but I think it could work. Now, you could be fancy of doing some sort of clock interval that you tie into each of these as well with a memory chip for, like if we add a memory unit for each of the cluster or each of the pair, so it can keep track on how long the device has been on and turn off in that sequence. Could definitely work as well. But I think that should work. Like that, this is literally the only logic we need in terms of the actual code to do something like this. Assuming we're not running a clock, we're not running any delays or whatever else. If we do need to add a delay, we can do that. We do have a loop. Let's add a yield inside the loop, just to give it a little bit of leeway in between. And then the only thing that we need to do outside of that is pair the stacker and the sorter in the correct sequence when we're adding it to this to the actual stack itself. So we're gonna do a push, and because we're doing it in reverse, we want to add the sorter first, or the stacker first, and then the sorter, because the sorter is what's gonna be read first. So we want to do stacker here, and then we want to do sorter, because it'll go, we've added the stacker, and then we added the sorter, and then when we go and read these values, we grab the sorter first, and then we grab the stacker. So for our sanity here, we are gonna do a stacker, what is it, stack iron, and then we want to do sort iron, rinse repeat for all the different things. We want to do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, blah, blah, blah. There we go. That's plenty. And then it's just do one by one, going through all of these different things. So we're going to do stack copper, sort copper, and we want to do stack gold, sort gold, stack coal, sort coal. And this is so amazingly entertaining that I do not know. Like, this is quality content right here. Brain freeze completely. What did we have? Silicon, I think that we put. Yeah, silicon, and then lead and whatever. Lead, sort lead, stack. I don't even know. Cobalt, nickel, silver. Doesn't really matter. What matters is the sequencing in the sort stack, sort stack, sort stack. That is important. That all of them? That should be 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So what happens here is that we are adding these using the push command, which adds it to the stack, and it increments the stack. Which is, you know, that whole school cafeteria eating plate comparison I did. Now we've added all of these to the variable that is called SP, and SP is pretty clever because it knows it's an array for programming purposes, but it's an array you can just keep adding things to, and then when you extract from it, it takes the last added value. So the actual logic that we are applying is we are grabbing the sorter, we're grabbing the stacker, and then we're doing things with that selection. Once we're done with that selection, it comes down here, it loops back up, and it picks up a new sorter and a new stacker. Does the logic again, loops back up, picks the next set, and the next set, the next set. That way, the only thing we need to do to add more devices or more configurations to it is just add it to the stack. And, you know, define it to be added to the stack, because I tried using hash value directly into the stack, doesn't like it. I don't know why. It should work, but it doesn't like it. I don't know if that's a unintended inability or if it's just a generic bug that is an issue right now. Because that would be the preferred option. That way you could reduce the amount of code by a significant amount. Anywho, this is the logic. And that's all we do. We read the occupation on the import. We read the occupation on the export. We are looking and turning on the device if there's something to sort. We're turning on the stacker if there's something to stack. And then just keep cycling this. And that should be it. And if anyone is wondering why I have yellow weird blinking lights, is because anytime the housing is interacting with a stack. Why are you using pop instead of peak? Because otherwise I would need to designate the address of the things. So I'm looping the pushes. And then it goes through and pushes it to stack. And then it pops it as a selected sorter and selected stacker to keep the code significantly generic. So if I add more stackers and more sorters, I can just add them to the stack. And also a digital wolf. You are kind of coming in at the exit of it because I am trying to keep the streams to roughly 4 hours, and I am doing them slightly earlier than I am used to doing them because of my work. So yeah, we're popping the selected sorter, we're popping the selected stacker, and we're using push because we want to increment it and we want to add it on top, versus if we were using peak as an example. Peak, can't spell today. Yeah, normally work when I finish my workday. Got sidetracked today. Well, you are most appreciated in here. But yeah, so in this case, peak only grabs the topmost value of the stack, right? It doesn't decrease the stack. It only grabs whatever's at the top. And that doesn't really do what we want to be doing here. It's great for if you do want to check and verify and do some other like display stuff with it. And there's a bunch of other use scenarios for it. But for my intents and purposes here, it's just I want to have everything's kind of added to the stack, and then I just want to slice it out as it cycles through all the devices. And then once it's done it'll just recycle and start again. So it is a power saving script for all of the logic sorters, as well as the stackers inside the sorting station. So if there's nothing to sort and there's nothing to stack, it turns the devices off. Plenty of fuel left, and still plenty of space in this before it causes problems. So it'll be able to process all of the 3 kilos in it. But yeah, so now it should be all good, which I'm actually quite happy. Like we've actually managed to do a power saving feature on something before it's become a problem. So there's some success to be had there. Outside of that, Wolf, we have gotten all of our chutes connected, all of our sorters connected, and everything is hooked up nice and steady. I do have 3 silos I don't really know what to put in. So they don't really have anything in them, which is a little bit of an issue. But I'm keeping the sorters on. I might actually keep them disconnected until such a time. Because if I remember correctly, unless... Well, it shouldn't really matter. Because if you don't have anything filtered, it should just go straight forward. I need more iron smelted to continue making chutes. I was gonna have the spice, the spicy space ice in it, which I still might do. I just don't know how to cleanly deal with the different space ice. My programming brain just hates the idea of constantly adding to and then removing the same values from the stack. Yeah, but it's a convenient way of dealing with generic code in assembly. Because otherwise I would need to... I mean, technically you could do that, I guess. If you... because you have a... I mean, you could do a poke and then just increment the address you're poking at. Which could work. Or which it's not put, it's get, I guess. Is it? No, because poke stores, right? Yeah, poke stores in the stack, which isn't what I want. Because neither of these would do that. Yeah, because the only thing that would actually do what I want to do is popping the value and pushing the value. I mean, to be honest, I haven't really looked into it that much in terms of it, but I'm essentially misusing the stack as a for loop, which you know isn't really what you should be using it for, but that's just, in the lack of proper for loops, that's what I go for. I don't know. If you got a better suggestion on how to deal with it, you are more than welcome to give me some pointers towards it. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. For constant things, I tend to load the stack and then just manipulate the pointer. Yeah, but it's usually do that for automating the furnace. Yeah, we'll get to the furnace stuff here later on. Definitely. And that's probably gonna force me to do things that I'm not used to doing. Hey, look at that. We're barely used any battery at all. And we are on 4,268, so we've mined 3,000 gold. Which is pretty dang good. I mean, to be fair, for depending on what you're using for like hash values and whatnot, for the furnace, I'd almost just like look at setting it to like having the recipes set on another stack and then just get the recipes from that stack. So like peak on that value. But yeah, no, that's pretty solid. I'm happy with this. We've got our centrifuge running. It's doing some significant ore processing. We are starting to have this monstrosity up and running. Did we add more iron? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wee. We're just gonna grab the other 6 stacks and then we're gonna chuck that in. When did they add the blinking light to the icy housing? Don't remember that being a thing before. I don't know, but it blinks when you're writing to stack. So if you're not, you know, editing the stack, it doesn't blink. Like I got, as you can see here, I've got the right one is manipulating stack values, but the left one isn't. Hence why it's only the right one that's blinking. I don't know why they considered it an unnecessary kind of necessary thing to have, but it is a nice flavor, so you can actually see that it's doing things. And then we're just gonna dump out this gas. We're gonna chuck in the iron. That has us ignited. And then that'll smelt up. And then while that is actually processing in the furnace, I'm gonna toss in these guys. Because I know we are running out of volatiles. And I'm gonna need to do a volatile. The stack is in... Yeah. The stack is inside the housing. I know. And that's... Sorry if that was a confusion, but... It should be... I haven't tested it, but... I presume it's working that way, so even if you don't have a ship in the housing, and you have another device accessing that stack of the housing, it should also be blinking anytime that it is interacting with it. Because it's just a stack indicator of the interaction of the housing itself, I believe. I might be wrong on that. It could also be that the ship itself is accessing a stack somewhere, somehow. Let me do another 100 shoots. And yeah, we're getting past midnight here, so I am gonna start heading out. Let's see how our values here is looking. Pollutant is starting to increase a little bit. Water is slowly making it there. Nitrogen is increasing a little bit. Oxygen is really picked up. We are looking pretty damn good on that. Carbon dioxide is decreasing a bit because we cranked up our farm significantly with our CO2. Now, this is gonna cause a little bit of a problem. Because eventually we're just gonna need to freaking burn coal in order to create CO2. Now, I don't know if it's CO2 positive to burn plants. Like turn them into biomass and then burning them. For coal and then burning the coal. But that's gonna be a pathway to extra power. And I completely freaking missed the ad break. God dang it. That was unfortunate. I'm just gonna wait until that that ad break is over before doing outro and everything. So let's hop back into the hab. We're gonna undress a little bit, get some hygiene. Till the next run, we're gonna do some hydrogen mining as well. That's gonna be all good. Pop that off. Pop the suit off. Eat a little bit of bread. Enjoy the deliciousness. Actually gonna do... We do this, and then we do... Copy that. There we go. And then we're gonna post that on the Discord. Go. Bam, bam. Okay, there we go. Now everyone should be back. If you were suffering some slight ad break there. Yeah. So I am as always, I am posting all of the MIPS stuff that we are creating in here on the Discord. So if you haven't joined it, more than welcome to. And obviously, you know, also posting some updates and whatever other project may come my way. And with that, as always, I hope you guys have a splendid continued week. We are gonna have a stream break tomorrow, as it's coming up on Wednesday, and I will see you all on Thursday if you're around, and we are gonna find someone to raid, and I think we're gonna aim for some Faldoma on Europa as per usual, and yeah, as always, wish you a continued week, and until next time, have a great sleep and a great morning or day, afternoon, wherever you may be, and I'll catch you later. So take care and bye.
Oh, what up, Forge? What up, Ice? Gonna appreciate something that we're doing. Hopefully. We are working on a centrifuge that I need. How was your stream tonight, Ice? Was it good? Was it productive?